Might help if I turn the volume up right there. There we go. Now we're live. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to Blue Sox Stadium here at Blacktown International Sports Park. The rain is holding off. Dare I mention the R word? And we are just moments away from getting started in this third grade grand final. It's the minor premiers, the Baulkham Hills Kookaburras, in their gold and maroon, taking on the youngsters of the competition in their second year, the Greater Western Warriors in their purple and blue. Teams finishing first and second, Baulkham Hills taking the minor premiership, beating Greater Western in the final round of the season and going straight through to the grand final in this grade and the other three grades as well. So dominant season by the Kookaburras, the men from Northmead. 0-2 so far in grand finals. Can they crack the duck tonight, or will it be the new boys on the block in Greater Western to pick up their first premiership in their short term in this New South Wales State League? Starting with the home team, Baulkham Hills leading off will be Adrian Hamley. He's in left field. Cody Packers batting second. He's at second base. Liam Gilchrist batting three. He's at first base. Phil Ardill will play third and bat in the cleanup. Jared Bryce is the shortstop batting fifth. Oscar Palmerson is the designated hitter batting sixth. Nick Tolmie is in centre field batting seven. Shannon Gibbons doing the catching. He's batting eight, and in the cleanup spot is Grant Stevenson, and he's playing in right field. On the mound for Baulkham Hills, Dylan Wright, the right-handed pitcher. And leading off is Alex Gutteridge. He's at centre field. He's in the box now, waiting for the first pitch from Dylan Wright. We have that right now, and it's in there for strike one. Jared Garland will bat second, playing right field. Kendall Doyle is the designated hitter. Mark Hagger is at third base. Hayden Guyett in left field. Charlie Woodhouse doing the catching. Nathan Manuel at short. Patrick Dawes at first base as that ball is hit to Liam Gilchrist at first, and Alex Gutteridge is retired. Patrick Dawes is the first baseman. Tyler Doyle batting in the 9 hole. He's at second base, and Jay Niven will be the starting pitcher for the Warriors when they come to the field in the bottom of the first inning. One away here for Greater Western. My apologies. Jared Garland now the hitter, the right fielder for Greater Western tonight. Rain threatened early on, but for now we have baseball. Third grand final of the New South Wales State League season. This one now third grade variety. Umpires tonight behind the dish, calling balls and strikes. Everyone's favourite, Billy Green. Steve Reimer is at first, and in the hot corner, Reece Callahan. Big thank you to all of our umpires throughout the season, and congratulations to those earning grand final appointments. Thankless task that no one wants to do, and they definitely don't get enough credit. And thanks for those that do it. Jared Garland, 1 ball, 1 strike. Up and away. Dylan Wright missing. Runs the count at 2-1. Ball hit through the right side and underneath the glove of a diving Cody Packer at second base, and Greater Western have their first hit of this grand final. Runner on first in the form of Jared Garland. 1 away. Kendall Doyle will be the next hitter for the Warriors. Straight away, Jared Garland taking off, stealing second base, and he's going to be in there with a head first slide. So aggressive base running by Greater Western early here. And early on, they have a runner in scoring position looking to strike first in this grand final. Of course, if we are affected by rain, we do need 5 innings in the books for it to constitute a regulation game. Door, the designated hitter tonight. One ball, one strike. Kendall Doyle. Outside corner. This is for ball 2. Ball 3. Three and 0 says the scoreboard. So 3-0. Billy Green also putting up the same count there. So 3-0 pitch coming for Kendall Doyle. Called strike 1 on the outside corner. Billy Green is spotting a stray ball by the looks of things out in right field. Garland going again on the pitch, trying to swipe third. Kendall Doyle getting jammed and fouls it off. Dylan Wright doing a good job there, just getting in on the hands on Doyle, not allowing him to extend his arms. Garland looks to have plenty of speed. Tried to call for time then, Doyle, but didn't get it off. Didn't get there early enough. Jammed once again, but put in play. Phil Ardell coming in to do the clean-up work, throws Doyle out at first base for the second out. Garland moving up to third on the play. Garland 3 from 3 in stolen bases on the season. Only played 6 games in third grade. Mark Haggett hitting now with 2 out and a runner on third. Greater Western looking to score first. Apply early pressure here in this third grade grand final. That ball fouled off onto the roof of the grandstand. You can it rolling down the back and into the concourse behind us. Eight appearances this year for Dylan Wright. Seven appearances were starts. His sole appearance out of the bullpen was back on January 16 against the MacArthur Orioles. 26 and 2/3 innings. Of work on the season. Jam shot, lifted first base. Gilchrist underneath it, makes the catch. And that finishes the top of the first. A base runner and nothing more for Greater Western. We'll have Adrian Hamley, Cody Packer and Liam Gilchrist up in the bottom of the third when we return. Bottom of the first, rather, when we return. So Adrian Hamley will lead things off for Baulkham Hills here, bottom of the first inning of this New South Wales State League third grade grand final. It was Blacktown taking out the under-18s last Tuesday night. MacArthur defeating Baulkham Hills last night in the second grade grand final. And it'll be Baulkham Hills and MacArthur doing battle in the first grade grand final. That three-game series getting underway tomorrow night here at Blacktown International Sports Park. Bit of a change in the schedule due to umpire availability. Tuesday, Saturday, Wednesday. Upway on the 2-0 pitch is in there for strike one. Adrian Hamley, the leadoff man for Baulkham Hills. Punches that one right side off the end of the bat. It'll be a nice running catch out there by Jared Garland for the first out. Cody Packer hit second. 571 hitter on the season, Cody Packer. 16 for 28. 15 singles and a double to his name. Only 3 RBIs, though, scoring 12 times. Walked 3 times, struck out 4. Faced Greater Western twice this year, 3 for 4. Back on January 30. All singles, and then 1 for 2 on March 20. As that one hits Packer. He'll be aboard. That March 20 game decided the minor premiership in the 3rd grade competition. Greater Western taking everyone's surprise except for themselves. Going down 10-1 in that top of the table clash. Fight for first place. Jay Niven and Dylan Wright squaring off in that one. It was Dylan Wright who went 5 innings scoreless, only giving up 4 hits, striking out 6. Tough day for Jay Niven, who only lasted 3 innings, giving up 7 runs, 3 earned on 5 hits, a strikeout and 3 walks. He'll be definitely looking for a bounce back effort here in this grand final. He's got 1 out and a runner on first. Liam Gilchrist with a 0-1 count. Jay Niven, 8 appearances for Greater Western. 6 of them starts. Packer starts to go to second, but doesn't follow through. Averaging about 3 1/3 innings per start is Niven. Has a 3.329 ERA, striking out 13, walking 12 across the season. Giving up 15 runs, 9 earned on 29 hits. Pitch up high for ball 3. 3 balls and 1 strike now for Liam Gilchrist. And ball 4 for Gilchrist, so Packer moves up to second. Gilchrist will take his place at first. 1 away here in the bottom of the first. Niven's ERA was looking a little bit shaky after round 2 against Manly. Had it up to 6.353. Got it as low as 2.5 after his outing against MacArthur. Before Baulkham Hills did a little bit of damage in that March 20 clash. Phil Ardill now bats with runners on first and second. Outside corner, Niven just missing. 1-0 here to Ardil. Takes it down for ball 2. The excitement machine that is Phil Ardil. See what he can do here for the home side. Couple on, no, and only one out. Baulkham Hills now with the chance to strike first in this third grade grand final. Check over at second. Ball down in the dirt, but nicely blocked. Tyler Doyle there. Bodying up, not letting it get past. Would have allowed Cody Packer to move up to third. Two overs in there for strike one. And pitch down and away, so 3-1 now the count to Phil Ardil. Greater Western with the insurance policy up in the bullpen early in this game. Outside corner, Niven locating. Phil with a look of surprise on his face. Dancing in the box, getting ready for the next pitch. He knows it's an opportunity for him to get things started. Baulkham Hills want to play from in front tonight. Fouls it off into the screen. Ground ball, but foul. Swing and a miss by Phil Ardil, who runs straight out of the batter's box and into the dugout. So Niven holding his cool up on the mound despite being behind 3-1 in that count. And comes back with a big strikeout of a very powerful bat. Jared Bryce now the shortstop for Baulkham Hills. Outside corner, Niven locating that pitch very well. It's a good spot to live. Just missing it a little bit low. 2-1. Outside corner again. Looks like Jay Niven has found the sweet spot with umpire Billy Green in his first inning. Just missing with the slider. So the 3-2 pitch coming here. Runners will be going on the pitch with 2 out. Runners take off, but the ball's fouled off into the fence in front of the Baulkham Hills dugout. A couple of players jumping for higher ground. Count remains 3-2. Cody Packer at second, Liam Gilchrist at first. Both runners take off, ball driven, right centre gap. And there's Gutteridge out there, does the cleaning up. And it'll be a 2-out RBI for Baulkham Hills as they strike first here in this third grade grand final. Gutteridge thought about diving but didn't want to risk giving up extra 90s. It was always going to be down for a base hit. And Baulkham Hills strike first here. They lead it 1-0. Nice piece of batting there by Jared Bryce. Hayden, Oscar Palmerson rather doesn't know how to hit. At least that one into centre field. But Alex Guttridge with a bit of an athletic jump to make the catch. Records the third out. And Baulkham Hills are on the board. Scoring first here in the bottom of the first. And we'll head to the top of the second with Hayden Guyett, Charlie Woodhouse and Nathan Manuel due up for Greater Western. Hayden Guyett now, the left fielder for Greater Western. Takes the first pitch for strike one. Right, missing away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Missing away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Just going back to Dylan Wright's season. We didn't get to finish it in the top of the first. 1 win, 1 loss record. The win coming in relief against MacArthur back on January 16. The loss against Cronulla on December 12. Strikes out Guyett for strike 1 for the first out of this top of the second. But should have been credited with the win against Greater Western back on 20th of March, given the score was 10-2, and he did go into the 5th. But his ERA is 0.675, striking out 38, walking 19. Only 2 earned runs through his 26 and 2/3 inning of work. Only giving up 16 hits. So a very strong season by the young Dylan Wright. Has Charlie Woodhouse 1-1. And one a little bit up and in. There's Woodhouse bending out of the way. Count moves to 2-1. Fouls it off. Up towards us in the commentary box, but protected by the netting. Swing and a miss. Gets the second strikeout of the inning. 2-1 strikeout to walk ratio. Two quick outs here for the Baulkham Hills defence. Nathan Manuel, the hitter, left hitting from the left side. Fouls the first one off back into his own ankle. That'll sting for a bit. No balls, 1 strike. Fouls that one. Long run for Hamling in left field, but it'll get into the bullpen before he can get to it. 0-2 now for Manuel. Breaking ball doesn't break. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Manuel. Leaves that one up high. A bad crowd in attendance tonight, despite a sprinkle early on by Billy Green, just asking for some new baseballs. Manuel working back from 0-2, now 3-2. Looking to extend this inning for Greater Western. Inside corner for strike 3. Manuel goes down looking, and 3 straight strikes for right in this top of the second. Nick Tolmie will come and lead things off in the bottom of the second, followed by Shannon Givens and Grant Stevenson for Baulkham Hills. Nick Tolmie leading things off here in the bottom of the second inning. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ground ball up the line, but it'll stay foul. 1-2 now the count. Tolmie fouling it off. Nice breaking pitch by Niven. And Tolmie swinging, but did enough to keep his at-bat alive. 2-2 now. Tommy asks for time, readjusts his batting gloves. Niven just missing on the outside corner. 3-2 now the count. Billy Green's not giving it on this occasion. Tommy fouling it off over the top of the grandstand. Tyler Doyle can't manage the catch at second base off the end of the bat of Nick Tolmie. He just froze for a second, didn't quite get to him as fast as he thought it was going to and had to reach for it, and it just kicks off the end of his glove. He charged an error, and Nick Tolmie will be aboard. He to lead off the bottom of the second inning. Bring up Shannon Gibbons, the catcher for Baulkham Hills. Fouls off the first pitch onto the road. No balls, one strike. Another foul off, so 0-2. A good aggressive swinging by the catcher. Check over at first. Tommy backsliding. Head first, rather. Just missing down the middle. Maybe a little bit low. A nice recovery there by Mark Hagger at third. Ball just kicked off the end of his glove a little bit as he came in, as he charged at it. But made a good second effort of it. Picked it up quickly and slingshotted it across the diamond to first base to get the quick Gibbons out at first. Cheers all round from both sides. Baulkham Hills thought he was going to reach, and then Greater Western cheering when he made the play for the first out. Brings up the 9-hole hitter, Grant Stevenson. Fouls it off the breaking pitch. Better one, a little bit high. 1 ball, 1 strike now. Two and 1 the count. Two and 2 now to Stevenson with that pitch called strike. Called strike 3. Might have been a touch high, but Billy Green rings up Stevenson for out number 2. Jay Niven getting the call in his favour. And Greater Western 1 out away from getting out of this inning without any damage on the scoreboard. Back to the top of the lineup though for Adrian Hamley. First pitch misses upstairs for ball 1. A little bit low, ball 2. Slider on the back door. Gets strike 1. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Adrian Hamley. A pitch in there for ball 3. Niven just not able to get the right spot. Check swing. Fouled off. 3 and 2 now. Count fills. Slider in there, put into right field again. Nicely cleaned up there by Jared Garland. Restrict keeps Tolmie at third base. Hamley going the opposite way twice now. First one caught. Second one making to the ground for a base hit. Two away now for Cody Packer. in there. Strike one. One ball, one strike to Cody Packer. Steps out for a moment to gather his thoughts. Hamley takes off. Still will take second base uncontested. So runners at second and third now. 2 RBI opportunity for the Baulkham Hills second baseman. Looking to give his team an early advantage here in the bottom of the second in his third grade grand final. Ground ball hit to Doyle, this time without trouble to pick up. Makes the throw across the diamond and ends the bottom of the second inning. So a little bit of trouble there for Niven, but he manages to get out of it. And we have a 1-0 ball game here through 2 innings of this third grade grand final. Patrick Dawes lifts the 1-0 pitch into centre field, but Nick Tolmie easily underneath it, and he makes the catch for the first out here in the top of the third. Tyler Doyle batting in the 9-hole tonight, and he's down 0-2. And the high fastball is swung on a miss by Tyler Doyle. And it's 4 punch outs in the last 5 outs for Dylan Wright. There's 2 quick outs here in the top of the third. Only 5 pitches. Check swing by Alex Gutteridge, called strike 1. Back to the top of the lineup for the Warriors. And ball pulled up third baseline, foul. 0-2. Nice economical inning here. Dylan Wright. To get one of them, of course. So 2-2 now here for Guttridge. Right, missing with the 2-2 upstairs, so good at bat here by the centre fielder. Guttridge works it back from 0-2 up to 3-2. Of course, I put the mock on Dylan Wright when I talk about pitch economics. Pitch economy, rather. Fouls it off. There'll be another 2-out full count pitch here for Alex Guttridge. And up for ball 4. So, 2-out walk there for Guttridge. And Greater Western have a runner on base with 2 out. See if they decide to be aggressive on the base paths, much like Jared Garland was in the top of the first. Guttridge will be out by a mile here if he can get the throw in time. No, called safe. Long pause before the call. Jared Bryce was halfway back into the dugout before Reese Callahan called safe. Good confidence by Callahan. Young umpire. Took his time to make the call, but made it authoritatively. Tying run. He's now in scoring position. Ball lifted right field. Art Stevenson will be underneath it. And he recorded the third out. So a 2-out walk, a stolen base, and nothing more for Greater Western in the top of the third. We'll be back with Liam Gilchrist, Phil Ardill and Jared Bryce in the bottom half of the third when we return. Liam Gilchrist bounces one up the first baseline to Patrick Dawes, who kicked it to start with, gave up on it, and then realised he had time to retire Gilchrist. So Greater Western with a little bit of a lucky break there, getting the first out here in the bottom of the third inning. Trailing this one 1-0, and it'll be Phil Ardill to hit with one out. Phil Ardill swings at 3 straight pitches and he's down on strikes. Jay Niven with a beautiful strikeout there, just how you like it. And that's back-to-back strikeouts for Phil Ardill in his first 2 plate appearances tonight. Jared Bryce now the shortstop for Baulkham Hills. Takes the first pitch for ball 1. Batting with 2 out here in the bottom of the third. His team leading this one 1-0. Outside corner. Niven locating that one nicely again. Strike 1. Had some success in the first inning. Couldn't quite locate it in the second. Just found the zone again now. Price fouling that one off into the stand. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bullpens are quiet for now for both teams. Greta Western did have someone up in the first when Baulkham Hills were threatening with a couple of runners on base. But faith was had in Jay Niven, who works here in the third with 2 out. Up and in. So Jared Bryce working all the way back from 0-2 to get the count to 3-2. Outside corner, strike 3. Jared Bryce rung up on strikes. Throws his bat away in disgust, but it's been a strike all night long. Still not happy. Throws his helmet away. And that ends the third inning. Baulkham Hills leading Greater Western 3-1. Kendall Doyle leads things off here in the top of the 4th inning. Looking to get something started for Greater Western. 2-2 now the count. Two and one correction. A pitch missing upstairs, so 3-1. So 3-2 here for Kendall Doyle. Takes ball 4 high. So Greater Western will have a lead-off base runner here in the top of the 4th. Mark Hager, the next hit up for Greater Western. Greater Western, no runs, 1 hit, no errors. Baulkham Hills, 1 run, 3 hits, no errors. Up and in, 3-0 here for Mark Hager. Dylan Wright just struggling to find the zone. It's 5 straight balls now in the last 2 batters. 56 pitches so far, 31 for strikes. 6 of 12 for first pitch, and that is a 4-pitch walk to Mark Hager. So Greater Western building here. Couple of runners on with nobody out. We'll have a quick visit on the mound. Quick chat on top of the mound. And we'll now have Hayden Guyett, left fielder. Struck out in his first at bat, back in the second inning. That's here for the second time tonight. With a runner in scoring position, that's the tying run. Showing bunt. Takes it away. Baulkham Hills up to task there. Knew what was coming. Both the corners crashed. Check on the swing at first base, but Steve Rama says no. The 1-0 here for Hayden Guyett. Checking the runner at second. The ball's thrown into centre field. Kendall Doyle, Mark Hager rather. Sorry, Kendall Doyle it was. Took a moment to realise where the ball was. When he realised it was in centre field, he took off to third. Thought he might have been a little bit late, but got the third base in time. And now runners on the corners for Baulkham Hills. For Greater Western rather. Nobody out. They're throwing out a charge to the pitcher right. Things starting to unravel. Struggling to find his location. So we have a little bit of drizzle across Blue Sox Stadium right now. Outside. Ball 2. 8 straight balls now by Dylan Wright. Asks for a new baseball. Maybe one that is a little bit dry and that wasn't thrown into centre field and got all wet. Opportunity here for Guyot to drive in the first run. Hager takes off. Ball, fly ball hit to Liam Gilchrist at first base, who was standing on the base when he caught the ball, but Hager back just in time to avoid the double play, which would have been disastrous for Greater Western. Ball swirling around up there. Gilchrist was in foul territory for a moment before coming back into fair territory, allowing him to be on his base when he caught the ball. Hager had quickly slammed on the brakes, chucked to 180, and just got back in time. Would have been a very interesting call in there for strike 1. Wright fires in his first called strike in the last 10 pitches. See if he can escape this little jam here in the top of the 4th inning. Outside, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike for Charlie Woodhouse. Poked right side, up the first baseline. We'll only have one play, and that'll be at first base. And Woodhouse gets the job done, drives in the tying run here in the top of the 4th. The ball got up to Gilchrist a little bit slower than he wanted it. Picked it up, touched first base, tried to make the throw to second, but tough play when you're on your knees and you're not facing the base. Kendall Doyle was going on contact and he scores the run to tie up this ball game here in the top of the 4th. RBI ground out there for Charlie Woodhouse. Nathan Manuel rather, the hitter now, the shortstop. Greater Western. One here for Manuel. Breaking pitch misses away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ball gets away from the catcher, the catcher Gibbons. Got a good bounce though, almost might have had a chance at Hager at third base. Didn't want to risk any further damage. 2-1 now for Manuel. Another opportunity for Greater Western to drive in another run to take the lead here in the top of the fourth. Nathan Manuel lifts that one. Centre field might drop in. No, Tommy gets in, makes the catch in centre field. Registers the third out. But Greater Western strike. They score their first run of the game to tie things up. It's 1-1 as we head to the bottom of the fourth. We'll have Oscar Palmerston, Nick Tolmie and Shannon Gibbons due up in the bottom of the fourth. Palmerston lifts that one up into foul territory, but out of play. I do apologise. I did miss the pitching change in the previous inning. Kendall Doyle came on in the bottom of the third inning. Meaning Jay Niven is done. And he strikes out Palmerston there on 3 pitches. Third strikeout of the night for Kendall Doyle. So Jay Niven's night is done. 55 pitches, 31 for strikes. 1 run, earned run it was on 3 hits, 2 strikeouts, 1 walk. I guess you could call him the opener. And Doyle straight away in this inning, 4 straight strikes, finding the outside corner. Here on Nick Tolmie, who was a strikeout victim last time. Check swing. Billy Green says yes he did. Correction, Nick Tolmie singled in his last at bat. Greater Western, 1 run, 1 hit, no errors. Baulkham Hills, 1 run, 3 hits, 1 error. That error coming in the previous inning with the pickoff attempt being thrown into centre field. And allowed the pitcher, Kendall Doyle, to move up to third base and ultimately score the game-tying run. Breaking pitch, fisted up to shortstop. Nice play there by Nathan Manuel to record the second out. And 6 straight strikes here for Kendall Doyle, and he has 2 quick outs. Just the way you want to do it when you score a run. Consolidate the run, put up a 0, and get your offense back in action as quickly as possible and keep applying the pressure. We're in the bottom of the 4th here of this 3rd grade grand final. New South Wales State League action. One of the last leagues in the country to finish off the season. Reduced 14-round season this year due to COVID. Season didn't get underway until December. We did unfortunately lose, swing and a miss. Did unfortunately lose Central Coast due to COVID and the restrictions that were in place at the time. A lot of their players were encouraged not to travel down to Sydney where outbreaks were occurring. There were a handful of Central Coast players who did play with various clubs throughout the league. We now enter the week before Easter with grand final weekend beckoning. Swing and a miss by Shannon Gibbons, the catcher. Ball gets away. There's all sorts of calamity happening. Ball got away from Woodhouse. Gibbons kind of finished his swing and stood there in the box before being yelled at to run the first. Woodhouse couldn't complete the throw. First base umpire Steve Reimer was knocked over in the process. So thankfully there wasn't a play that needed to be adjudicated on. And it's going to be another strikeout for Kendall Doyle. But it will result in a runner on first base. That ball lifted into the right field. But no play out there for Jared Garland. So strike 3 on the wild pitch. Sees Shannon Gibbard standing at first, and the batter is Grant Stevenson. Fouling that one off. No balls, 1 strike. New South Wales State League first grade grand final series getting underway tomorrow night between the Macarthur Orioles, who qualified first by beating Baulkham Hills. That ball hit on the ground to third base. Mark Hager, who makes a strong throw across the diamond, does bring Patrick Dawes away from the base, but he holds his nerve, makes the tag, finishes the 4th inning. We're all tied up as we head to the 5th. Greater Western 1, Baulkham Hills 1. Patrick Dawes to lead things off here in the top of the 5th inning. Dylan Wright still on the mound for Baulkham Hills. First pitch in there for strike one. Second one gets away from him. Up too high. Ball one. Ball and a strike. Punch to the left side. Phil Ardell runs over, picks it up on his knees. Can't make the throw to first in time. Did well to get there, did Ardell. Just lost his footing. Tried to make his throw from his knees. Can't make it. It'll be a base hit for Dawes. And for the second inning in a row, Greater Western will have the leadoff man aboard. Pinch runner for Greater Western. Looks like number 85. We'll see what the program says with that. And of course it's cut off. Maybe it's 65, Reese Williams. We'll see what the Game Changer team tell us. Don't forget you can follow all the action live whilst you're watching the game on Game Changer. Head to gc.com. Look up your team. Follow for free. And check out all the stats on the season. Follow your favourite player and get regular updates. Shows bunt. Ball gets away. It'll be a pass ball charge to Gibbons. And Greater Western with the runner in scoring position for Tyler Doyle. Down in the 9 hole. Just waiting on Game Changer to tell us who it is. I'll keep calling it as Reese Williams. Tyler Doyle showing bunt again. Pulls back, called ball 2. Good aggression shown here by Greater Western. Whether or not the bump play is on. They're making the pitcher and the catcher think and the infield think. Phil Ardell just laying down a defensive signal. Making sure his infielder are on the same page. Liam Gilchrist drawn in at first. Check back at second. This time the ball doesn't get thrown into centre field. Second baseman Cody Packer's in there in time. It is Reese Williams, the pinch runner. My eyes didn't deceive me. Thought it might have been 85 for a minute, but the big numbers on the back of these jerseys, especially on a little body like Reese Williams, makes it a little bit tougher to read. Especially from our vantage point at the top of the grandstand at Blue Sox Stadium. Showing bunt again. Takes it this time for ball 3. Dawes disrupting the rhythm of Wright. Williams with his lead at second base. And Doyle draws the 4-pitch walk. So, arms up in the bullpen for Baulkham Hills. As their starter starts to get tired here in the top of the 5th. We'll have another coaching visit for the Baulkham Hills side. As Greater Western have flipped the lineup over for the 3rd time tonight. Or flipped it for the 2nd time to bring it up for the 3rd time tonight. We'll have a meeting on the mound, and we'll have a meeting next to home plate. Baulkham Hills meeting on the mound. Greater Western meeting next to home plate. Meetings all over the place here at Blue Sox Stadium here in the top of the 5th. And Saturday will be game 2 of the first grade grand final series. Baulkham Hills will be the home team, MacArthur the visiting team. And then if required, we'll be back here next Wednesday night for game 3. I do anticipate it going the distance, as they tend to do. I can't remember a first grade grand final being won in 2 games. MacArthur did take it out after 1 game in 2020, but that was due to a global pandemic. The start of COVID put the end to that season. MacArthur taking the championship in 2020 over Ryde after winning game 1. So runners at first and second. Nobody out here for Greater Western. Gutteridge shows bunt, pulls it away. Down the middle for strike 1. Greater Western playing the percentages. Moving the runners in a scoring position for their 2, 3 and 4 hitters up behind Gutteridge. See what the Warriors leadoff man can do here. Will he continue to show bunt? This time he doesn't. Takes the pitch down for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Steps out and adjusts. Rips that one foul and out of play. 9 appearances for Gutteridge this year, 8 for 29, hitting .276 with 7 singles and a double. Struck out and walked 4 times each. Scored 12 times, only has 1 RBI to his name. Doesn't have a sacrifice bunt this year. Obviously a bit of a different circumstance than regular season play. Hit on the ground ball to the shortstop who bobbles, and Gutteridge will be aboard. Jared Bryce just couldn't get a clean handle on the ball. It'll be an infield single, you would think, to Alex Gutteridge. And Greater Western, loaded bases, nobody out here, top of the 5th. They scored the tying run in the 4th. They want to go ahead here. Bringing up Jared Garland. Dylan Wright not getting the call in the outside corner. Six games for Garland, 11 for 21, hitting .524. So just the man for the job here. 5 doubles, knocked in 7. Greater Western in pole position right here to take the lead. 3-0 for Garland. Wright has nowhere to put him. He's going to have to come back. Doesn't want to leave anything out over the plate. You'd expect Garland to put it in play. Sacrifice fly gives them the lead. Base hit probably gives them 2 runs. Fastball takes 3-0. Gutsy take by the best hitter in this Greater Western lineup. A 3-1 pitch here for Garland. And it is ball 4. Bases loaded walk for Greater Western. And they take the lead here in the top of the 5th. And we are going to have a pitching change. Dylan Wright's night is done. Making a slow walk to the mound. Looks like Lachlan Noland. It is Lachlan Noland. Sporting jersey number 47. Eight appearances, 10 and 2/3 innings. 2 starts on the season. Recorded the win against Manly back on Sunday, February 20, out of the pen. Also has a save from one opportunity. That was against Canterbury back on March 13. Has a sub-1 ERA, but has only pitched 10 innings, so not a lot of work to go on. Given up 5 hits, 3 runs. Only the one of them earned. Walking 4. But the impressive number there is the 13 in the strikeout column. Struck out 13 in his 10 and 2/3 innings on the season. Thirteen of the 41 batters that he faced. Further 9 ground out and 8 flew out. Opponent's batting average of .135. So impressive numbers there by the Baulkham Hills relief pitcher. Small sample size, albeit. And had 1 start in 2nd grade. That was against Greater Western back on March 20. Where he pitched 3 innings. That one hitting Kendall Doyle. So it'll be another run on the board for Baulkham Hills. Just taking the jersey across the chest of Doyle, bouncing off the glove of Gibbons. Tyler Doyle comes across to score. Greater Western now lead at 3-1. And now Mark Hagger will get an opportunity to do some more damage. Still nobody out. Outside corner for strike 1 from Noland. Had 2 walks, 4 strikeouts in that appearance against MacArthur. 1 earned run with 1 hit in 3 innings pitched. Straight up the middle, that's going to score 2. Garland comes around third base. No, he doesn't. He's held up. Safety first running by Greater Western. Would have been a close play at the plate. I would have put my money on the Greater Western runner in Garland scoring. But they decided to hold him up at third. Take every opportunity you get. Don't burn any runners. Nice piece of hitting there by Mark Hagger. Be an RBI single for him. Greater Western applying the pressure here. Plenty of baseball left in this one. Guyett fouls off the first pitch he sees over into the Family Hill. No balls, one strike. Rips it through the left side. It'll be another single. Has trouble finding it out there. Does Adrian Hamley. Gets through his legs. And it'll be a slide into third base. For Mark Hagger. Hamley fired it to Ardil at third. But Hagger's in there on the ground. And another 2 runs score. Greater Western scoring 5 so far in this inning. Still nobody out. They led it 6-1. Charlie Woodhouse now. That was Hayden Guyett with the double. Well, give it the single and then moved up to second on the error by Hamley in left field. Charlie Woodhouse takes the first pitch from Noland. Called strike 1. Maybe a little bit low. Displeasure coming out of that Greater Western dugout. Away for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nolan not getting the swing out of Woodhouse there. Baulkham Hills with another arm warming up in their bullpen. Ground ball, chopped foul. Just gets off the home circle. The first time that Lachlan Nolan has been ahead in a count since coming to the mound. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Charlie Woodhouse. Curveball misses. Woodhouse ducks. But it's out of the zone. 2-2. Hagger at third. Guyett at second. Outside, 3-2. Nolan not able to get the swing from Woodhouse. Showing plenty of composure up there in the batter's box. And ball 4 to Woodhouse. Nolan missing upstairs. Patrick Dawes led it off with an infield single. Manuel now. Takes ball 1. Before Tyler Doyle walked, Alex Gutteridge single to Jared Bryce. That has been recorded as a hit. Jared Garland walked before Kendall Doyle was hit by a pitch on the first pitch that Lachlan Nolan threw in this ball game. Mark Hager singled into centre field. Hayden Geit singled into left field. And now the walk to Charlie Woodhouse loads the bases once more. And Nathan Manuel has a 3-0 count. Nolan has nowhere to put Manuel. I'd be giving the green light to Manuel right here. Anything close, anything within reach. Bat on ball, another 2 runs are out there begging to be scored. Ninth batter to take an at-bat here in this inning. Manuel sees the 3-0 down the middle. 9 batters to the plate. Nobody out. 5 runs have scored. 3 more on the bases, ready to come in at any time. Manuel swings at that 3-1 pitch, but pokes it foul. Bouncing off the wall and back up into shallow left field. 3-2 the count now to Manuel. Was a member of the Blacktown Workers Championship side from 2 years ago before moving over to Greater Western upon their entry into the competition, replacing the Penrith Panthers. Pokes that one, but that's going to get fouled out of play. Into the beer garden. And the counter remained 3 balls and 2 strikes. Curveball misses. And it's ball 4 to Nathan Manuel. Mark Haggart comes in to score. And it's now a 7-1 ball game. 7 runs on 4 hits, no errors for Greater Western. 1 run on 3 hits and 1 error for Baulkham Hills. 2 errors for Baulkham Hills, correction. And it'll be Reese Williams, who pinch ran for Patrick Dawes at the start of this inning. He's going to get a at-bat in the same inning he was a pinch runner for. He fouls that one off. 1 ball and a strike. Low for ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike here for Reese Williams. Nolan just missing that outside corner. 3-1 now the count. Nolan really struggling to find the zone here in this inning of relief. Still hasn't retired a batter. And that's up for ball 4. It's the 4th walk of the inning. to go with the hit by pitch. And a couple of base hits and an error. And Greater Western have scored 7 runs without giving up an out. And we have another pitching change. Making the long run from the bullpen. Looks like it might be Daniel Stevenson. Big job for him to do here. Loaded bases, nobody out. His team already given up 7 runs. We've got 71. Don't have on my list. So once again, we'll wait for Game Changer to tell us who it is. So Lachlan Nolan couldn't get it done. Through 10 very impressive innings during the season. He faces 5 batters here, throwing 22 pitches. 6 batters here, throwing 22 pitches. Can't retire any of them. It'll be up to Tom Stanchich to stop the rot and finish this inning. It sounds like Tom Stanchich will hit for himself. We'll get confirmation for that when his turn in the batting lineup comes up, whenever that's going to be. Still got to make 3 outs here. Could get it done with a double play ball. Sorry, did I say Tom Stanchich? Lucas Stanchich. Game Changer tricked me. Lucas Stanchich is the pitcher. First appearance in 3rd grade as a pitcher is Lucas Stanchich. First batter he sees is Tyler Doyle, who was hit by a pitch by Lachlan Nolan. Big job for Lucas now. Nobody out and loaded bases. Down for ball 1. Swing and a miss by Tyler Doyle. 0-2. Up the first baseline, through the hole, and past a diving Cody Packer at second base. And again, Greater Western just going station to station, not risking any outs on the base paths. Grant Stevenson coming in and cleaning up that ball. Nathan Manuel being held at third base. Greater Western content to put up 1 run at a time. Gutteridge now for the second time. 11th batter. 12th batter. 12th batter of this inning. 0-1. Lucas Stancic, 2 innings in second in under 18s. Swinging and miss by Gutteridge. Had an RBI single in his first at-bat earlier in this inning. Down and in for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Single to the shortstop, Bryce. Was an RBI single. It loaded the bases. Bryce bobbled the ball. And Gutteridge's speed got him to first. 3-2 now. Works back from 1-2. Now 3-2. Manuel at third. Williams, the pinch runner, who walked and stands at second. And Tyler Doyle at first. Gutteridge fouls it off. Rebounding back off the roof of the grandstand. 12 batters here in the 5th. No outs. Batter Western scoring 8 after tying it up in the top of the 4th. They exploded here in the 5th. 3-2 to Gutteridge. In there for strike 3 on the inside corner. And Lucas Stancic gets the first out of the inning. It's taken 12 batters, but Baulkham Hills have their first out here in the 5th. Jared Garland now had a big opportunity with the bases loaded. With none out. There's a big opportunity with the bases loaded and 1 out here. Stancic fires in the first pitch, but it's ball 1. Check swing, but the bat barely leaves his shoulder. 2 balls, no strikes. 450 average hitter. He's Garland. Hope Kendall Doyle's keeping warm down in that bullpen. It's been a very long inning. Ball hit to Bryce, to Packer, and then doesn't get the second leg of the double play. Williams tried to sneakily score from third after the throw, but he's back into the base. Gilchrist firing back over to third. It's an RBI fielder's choice for Jared Garland. Stays out of the double play with his speed. And expect him to look to move to second, but with the scoreline the way it is, I reckon he's just looking to move up on contact. Kendall Doyle now, speaking of the pitcher, did spend a bit of time on the base path, so hopefully kept warm while he was out there. It's been a solid 2 innings behind him. No one moving in the Greater Western bullpen. Jared Garland will just roam around over at first base. Liam Gilchrist playing off the bag behind him. Garland does take second. much to the surprise of the Baulkham Hills defence. But hey, this is a grand final. If you're going to send 15 batters to the plate in one inning, then all the gentleman's rules are out the window. 1 and 2 here now to Kendall Doyle. Opportunity to knock in another 2. Fouls that one off, leaning back. Lost his balance in the box. Count remains 1 and 2. So Kendall Doyle saying it came off the bat. I thought I heard a noise from up here as well. It was a clean take by the catcher, Gibbons. Well, there won't be any further argument. And Greater Western have blown this game over. They send 15 to the plate, scoring 9, and they lead it 10-1 here as we head to the bottom of the 5th. Baulkham Hills have plenty of work to do when we return in the bottom half of the 5th. So it's the top of the lineup resuming here for Baulkham Hills in the bottom of the 5th. Adrian Hamley to get things started. His team staring down the barrel of a 10-1 deficit. Kendall Doyle back out on the mound for a 3rd inning of work. A long break between innings for him. He ended up, unfortunately, being the 3rd out. As Hamley 1-1. Inside and up. Ball 2. 2-1. pitch getting away. Just missing Hamley. 3-1 to count. Outside corner for strike 2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. A consistent location for Billy Green tonight. Both Jay Nevin and Kendall Doyle have been able to find it. Adrian Hamley just asking for time. Jammed him. First baseman underneath it. Tyler Doyle, who's moved across from second with Reese Williams at second. Grand ball up the middle. Tough play for Manuel. And Williams gets to it, knocks it down, but it's going to be a base hit for Cody Packer. He's second of the night. First of the night, rather. He's hit by a pitch in an earlier at bat. So 1 for 2 with a run scored for Cody Packer. How did he come back from 10-1? Well, it's a question every baseball team wants to know. And if there's one team that can do it, it's definitely this Baulkham Hills side. And not in all 4 grand finals here in the New South Wales State League for nothing. See what they can manage. One batter at a time, one pitch at a time. All the little cliches you talk about. Liam Gilchrist, 1 ball, no strikes. Outside corner, strike 1. Few people in the crowd unhappy with that call. But it's been a strike all night long. Up and in for ball 2. Slide step pitch, getting away from Doyle there. I think you really need the slide step with a runner on first when you have a 9-run lead. Keep your mechanics the same. If a runner gets on, you let him do what he wants to do. It's going to take more than one to overcome this 9-run deficit. In there for strike 2, filling the count up at 3-2 now. Williams picks it up, spins, throws to Manuel, can't handle it. Greater Western were almost out of the inning, but the ball got big on Reese Williams, who did well to stop it. I just don't think he had the right grip before making the throw to second base. Where Nathan Manuel was waiting. The ball gets away from Manuel, but doesn't go anywhere too far to allow the runners to move up an extra 90 feet, and we'll have runners on first and second. with one out. And Phil Ardill up to the plate. Struck out twice so far tonight. Both times looking. First pitch to Ardill is up and away for ball one. That time. Door doesn't get the corner. Baulkham Hills fans in front of us will be a little bit happy with that call. Ground ball hit foul up the third baseline and into the Greater Western dugout. 1-1 the count. Breaking pitch in there for strike two. Nicely executed there by Doyle. The Kendall variety. His brother Tim over at first. Tyler, rather, over at first. Ardill rips that one up the third baseline. Cody Packer rounds third, heads to second. And it'll be an RBI double for Phil Ardill. Maybe that's just what this Baulkham Hills club need as they look to erase this 9-run deficit. They get one back. Make it 10-2. Just the man you want to come up in a big spot. Two runners in scoring position now for Jared Bryce. And a tough defensive inning in the top of the fifth. Doyle paints the outside corner for strike one. Pitch at the feet of Woodhouse. Knocked it down, kept it close by. Thought he might have had a quick, sneaky backdoor shot at Liam Gilchrist at first base, but his third baseman Mark Haggart wasn't quite in the spot he needed to be. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here, bottom of the fifth. Two and one here for Bryce. Fouls it off. Evens the count at 2-2. Curveball a little bit high. No, called strike three by umpire Billy Green. Jared Bryce goes down on strikes for the second time tonight. And that's 2 out here in the bottom of the fifth. So Lucas Stancic is hitting for himself. As we mentioned when he did come to the plate, come to the mound rather. Got the signal from umpire Billy Green that the DH was out of the game. confirmation here. There's Stančić coming to the batter's box. See if he can keep this inning going for his team. Backdoor slider. Nicely executed pitch there by Kendall Doyle. Same spot, outside corner again. 0-2 for Stančić. And the slider gets Stančić looking. He hasn't taken the bat off his shoulder. And it's 3 straight pitches for 3 straight strikes. Kendall Doyle with 2 strikeouts in the inning consolidates to 9 runs. And it's 10-2 as we head to the 6th. Mark Hager now hitting here for Greater Western, leading off the top of the 6th inning. And he wears one in the backside from Lucas Stančić. That'll hurt a little bit. Greater Western have another base runner reach. Not a lead-off base runner reach, all important in any scenario, let alone a grand final. Even more so when you're leading at 10-2. Hayden Guyot now. Batting for the 3rd time tonight. 4th time tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike. Outside. 2-1. Fouls it off. Evans account at 2-2. So Baulkham Hills took out the minor premiership. 8 wins, 2 losses. Win percentage of 800. Even though Greater Western played a couple of extra games and won more than Baulkham Hills, they're still a game behind. Half a win percentage point. 9 wins, 3 losses, 62 runs scored, 48 conceded. Given them a differential of 14, Baulkham Hills 67 and 24. Runs in the regular season they gave up, and they've already given up 10 here tonight in this grand final. Grand finals are a whole different ball game to the regular season. As Baulkham Hills have found out so far with the under-18s going down last Tuesday, and then their second grade falling to MacArthur last night. They're staring down the barrel of a third grand final defeat. Lifts that into left field, but nicely taken out there. Tracks back well by Adrian Hamley, who takes the catch for the first out. Adam Guy put a good charge in that one, but not quite far enough. One away here, top of the 6th. Charlie Woodhouse now, catcher. Takes ball 1. Three and 1 now for Woodhouse. And he draws the walk. And it'll bring out the left-handed hitter, Nathan Manuel, who takes ball 1 in. Start his at bat. 3-0 for Lucas Stancic. Just struggling to find the zone here. Manuel with a 3-0 count. Runners on first and second. Doesn't want to load the bases with back-to-back walks. Fires in a strike. Three and 1 here for Manuel. Inside. Ball 4. Loaded bases again. One out here. Top of the 6th. Reese Williams for the second time tonight. Takes ball 1 from Stancic. Swing and a miss by Williams. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. Batting with the bases loaded and 1 out. Stancic looking for a double play to get his side out of it. Reese Williams wanting to hand the stick to Tyler Doyle. And turn the line up over again. Back to Gooderidge. Ground ball back to Stancic. He comes home to get 1. Throw up to first and gets away from Gilchrist. And allow Woodhouse to come round and score. Hager out on the fielder's choice back to home. Gibbons balked and froze for a second before making the throw up the line to first. It affected his throw, ended up pulling it down. Tough play for Gilchrist. He had Williams sliding head first into the base in front of him. And the ball gets away. And it was got far enough away, which allowed Woodhouse to turn the corner and come home and add to the scoreboard for Greater Western. Tyler Doyle does get a chance to bat here. Runners at the corners. Gilchrist holding Williams on at first this time around. 11-2 the score. Ball in the dirt, 2-0. Called strike on Tyler Doyle. 2 balls, 1 strike. Tyler Doyle draws the walk to load the bases and turn the line up over for Gutteridge. Swing and a miss after the foul ball. So 0-2 here for Alex Gutteridge. Gets the strike called on the floater from Lucas Stancic. Greater Western load the bases. They only get one this time, but they are ahead 11-2 as we head to the bottom of the sixth. Nick Tolmie leading things off here in the bottom of the sixth inning. His side facing 11-2 deficit. Kendall Doyle back out for inning number 4. 1 ball, 1 strike to the Baulkham Hills centre fielder. Ground ball hit to the shortstop Manuel. Long throw. Strong throw across the diamond. Retires the speedy Tolmie at first. 1 away here, bottom of the sixth inning. So pinch hitter here for Baulkham Hills. Quickly behind 0-2. Shannon Gibbons out of the game. Ethan Noy. Ground ball. Into Williams at second. Pick up, throw. Second out of the inning. Both off the bat via the ground ball for Kendall Doyle. And another pinch hit up for Baulkham Hills. It'll be Daniel Stevenson replacing Grant Stevenson. First pitch up and away for ball one. Down and in for ball two. Kendall Doyle hasn't fallen behind too many batters, but when he has, he's fought back. And he has retired them, so I don't think too much about this 2-0 count here. Although that 2-0 gets away to make it 3-0. Outside corner there for Kendall Doyle. 3 balls and a strike. Punched up the first base line. But Tyler Doyle's there. Fields the ground ball. And it's an all infield 6th inning there. We head to the 7th. And it's Greater Western 11. Baulkham Hills 2. So changes for Baulkham Hills. Daniel Stevenson stays in the game in right field. Ethan Noy. He pinch hit for Shannon Gibbons. He goes to third base, and Phil Ardill moves behind the plate. New pitcher for Baulkham Hills is Liam Padovan. He featured in the under-18s grand final last Tuesday night. A game where Baulkham Hills were convincingly beaten by Blacktown. Blacktown didn't drop a game after a 3-2 loss against Greater Western back on the 12th of December. They went through the rest of the season undefeated and taking out the under-18 championship in emphatic fashion last Tuesday night here at Blacktown International Sports Park. Jared Garland's going to be the first hitter to face Liam Padovan, and he's behind 0-2. Outside corner, but a little bit far for a strike, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Fouls it off. Ardill can't handle. Garland will stay alive. Loopy curveball punched into right field, but Ptolemy's underneath it and makes the catch. That's the first out here in the top of the 7th. Two 2-0 here to Kendall Doyle, pitcher on pitcher. 5th time Kendall Doyle has come to the plate. And it'll be a 4-pitch walk. Mark Hagger, third baseman. Fouls that one off. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hager rips that one, but only as far as the shortstop Bryce, who fires it over to the first baseman Gilchrist. Nice pick out of the dirt. He gets Kendall Doyle too far off the base. Doyle thought it was through the left side. That was a great play by Jared Bryce, turning the double play. Maybe that's the spark that Baulkham Hills need to erase this 9-run deficit. We'll be back with the top of the lineup, Hamley, Packer and Gilchrist, when we return at the bottom of the 7th. Adrian Hamley steps in against Kendall Doyle. Takes ball 1. Doyle painting that outside corner for strike 1. And in there again for strike 2. So quickly ahead. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ground ball, but foul. And the curveball from Doyle gets Hamley looking. He's not happy. Just relays a bit of information to Cody Packer. Watch the high one. Fastball in from Doyle to Cody Packer. And then for strike 1. Flare shot. Jam shot to Williams for out number 2. Liam Gilchrist now takes the first pitch for ball 1. Three-0 here for Gilchrist. And it'll be ball 4. So 4-pitch, 2-out walk. Maybe a bit of fatigue setting in on Kendall Doyle, but does have the 11-2 lead and 2 out here in the bottom of the 7th. No one moving just yet for Greater Western. No great cause for alarm though. Phil Ardill steps up. Jams inside. Ardill, quick hands, gets around it but can't put it in play. Fouls it off for strike 1. In there, strike 1. Strike 2 rather. Strike 2. 0-2 for Kendall Doyle, looking to finish his inning. His bat's going again, gets more runs on the scoreboard. Ripped foul up the line. Up the middle. Dill. Base hit single. Then Gilchrist moves up to third. Moved up to second on the pass ball on the previous pitch. And now 90 feet away from another run. Kendall Doyle up to 72 pitches now through 4 2/3 innings. 49 for strikes. Giving up 2 hits, 1 run. It was unearned. Striking out 7. Walking only 1. Outside corner, doesn't get the call. A little bit away for Billy Green. 1 ball, no strikes for Jared Bryce rather. Our ball out of play. In there for strike 2, 1 and 2 now. Swing and a miss for strike 3. And the 8th strikeout on the night for Kendall Doyle. Finishes the 7th. We head to the 8th. Greater Western 11. Baulkham Hills 2. Hayden Guy flies out to Nick Tolmie in centre field. No changes for Baulkham Hills defensively. Liam Padovan back out on the mound for this 8th inning. First out. Charlie Woodhouse, the catcher, fouls that one off into the Baulkham Hills dugout for strike one. Outside corner painted by Padovan there for strike two. Quickly ahead here, looking for a quick 1-2-3 inning. His team with 6 outs remaining to overcome this 9-run deficit. That's inside off the hands, going to be called a foul. No, hit by pitch. Wasn't deemed to be swinging at the bat. Did take a bit of a balk at the ball, but pulled it back in time to have it called hit by pitch. So 1 out base runner for Greater Western. Brings up the left-handed hitting shortstop, Nathan Manuel. Manuel lifts that one. Told me run underneath it. It'll be the left fielder, in fact, Stevenson. Makes the overcall, makes the catch. 2 away here in the top of the 8th. Two out for the second baseman, Reese Williams. He's behind 0-2. Liam Padovan, 1 strike away from getting out of this inning. Leaving the 1 out hit by pitch behind him. Williams fouling it off. Outside corner for strike 3. So, a hit by pitch and nothing more for Greater Western. The top of the 8th. We'll head to the bottom half of the 8th inning with Baulkham Hills due up to bat. So Liam Padovan hitting for himself here in the bottom of the 8th, leading things off. Oh and 2. A little bit high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Gets the strikeout. Woodhouse back. Can't make the throw up to first to complete it. So Padovan will be aboard on a pass ball strikeout. So Nick told me now. Outside corner takes strike 1. Lifts to the right side. Might drop for a base hit. No, just getting out foul. Swing and a miss by Tommy. For strike 3, Woodhouse hangs on to it. First out here in the bottom of the 8th. Greater Western can smell it. 5 outs away. Grand ball to Hagger for 1. To Williams for 2. Over to Doyle for the double play. And Greater Western now 3 outs away from taking out the 3rd grade state championship final. Tyler Doyle with the ground out to start this first inning. Cody Packer getting it over to Liam Gilchrist for out number 1. First grade grand final series gets underway here at Blue Sox Stadium tomorrow night between the Macarthur Orioles and Baulkham Hills. Game 2 scheduled for 6:30 on Saturday. Game 1, 7:15, first pitch tomorrow night. And then Game 3, if required, next Wednesday night here at Blacktown International Sports Park. Final 3 games of the 2021-2022 State League season. As Alex Gutteridge pokes the first pitch he sees from Liam Padovan in to left field for a 1-out single. Gutteridge takes second base uncontested. Two and one here to Jared Garland. And Garland rips it up the left field line. Into the corner. Hamley over to get it. Fires it back into the cutoff man. And Gutteridge scores all the way around from second base. Another run on the board for the Warriors. 12-2 here in the top of the 9th inning. Kendall Doyle lifts that one into left field. Will be another hit for the Greater Western pitcher. It won't be another hit. It'll be his first hit of the night. And that's on the back of a strong 6-inning performance on the mound. He's 1 for 2 tonight. Has walked twice and scoring twice. He has an RBI to his name, and he's now 1 for 3. But it's been his pitching that has put this Greater Western team 3 outs away from a huge third-grade championship in only their second year in the competition. Mark Hager fouls it off into the family hill. Pitch away, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Foul ball lifted high behind the plate, but out of play. Mark Hager taking out some frustration on his own players in the dugout. Throwing that one off into the rail where the team hangs off. They're all up. They're all on the rail. They're all watching. And he strikes out. Curveball by Padovan gets the second out of the inning. Runners on the corners now with 2 out. For Hayden Guyatt. No, we're going to have a pinch hitter. Jordan Rigney will pinch hit for Greater Western. One ball, 1 strike to the pinch hitter, Rigney. Rigney punches that one, right centre field gap, but in the gap is Stevenson, closes on it quickly, makes a catch, and Rigney's the 3rd out of the inning. Another run on the board. It's Greater Western 12, Baulkham Hills 2. We head to the bottom of the 9th. Greater Western 3 outs away. So Daniel Stevenson will lead things off here, bottom of the ninth. Baulkham Hills trailing by 10. 1 ball, no strikes. Kendall Doyle out to complete this game. Fouls it off, 1-1. Jaden Rigney stays in the game in left field. Ben Brisk comes in to play second base. Mark Hager at third, Nathan Manuel at short. Tyler Doyle at first. Jared Garland in right field. Alex Gutteridge in centre field. And Charlie Woodhouse behind the dish, not behind the mound. And Kendall Doyle on the mound. 6+ innings. Strikeout number 10. Strikeout number 13. I missed the previous inning. No, strikeout number 10. Make it 11. I'll get there eventually. It's been a long night. 11 strikeouts for Kendall Doyle in his 6 1/3 innings. 92 pitches. An outstanding outing here in a grand final. Hamley, ground ball, tough play for the third baseman. Hager won't have it. It'll be an infield single for Adrian Hamley. 2 for 5 tonight. Up the middle, Manuel on his knees but can't make it. Tricky hop. Cody Packer goes up the middle. That's his second hit for night. He's 2 for 4, 2 runs scored. Baulkham Hills down to their final 2 outs of the season. What have they got? Can they pull something out of the hat? Or is it a bridge too far? Liam Gilchrist wearing that one. Maybe time for a quick chat to the pitcher. Just to break up the bit of momentum. Phil Ardill now. Really the only Baulkham Hills batter that's breathed any life into this contest. 2 for 4 with a double and an RBI. Does have a pair of strikeouts. Two balls to Phil Ardill. Greater Western put in their faith in Kendall Doyle here. No one warming in the pen as yet. Fastball, outside corner, too low. 3-0. Jaden Evan and Kendall Doyle. 47 of the 65 innings of work this season. Hayden Guyett may be an option. He might be warm. He might be ready to go. 3-1 now to Ardill. Ball 4, too high. Bases loaded, walk. Now comes that meeting on the mound. Kendall Doyle with 97 pitches on the night through 7 innings. Is Jared Bryce going to be sitting on a fastball here? Can he jump on the first pitch he sees here from Kendall Doyle? Put it in play. Cody Packer at second, Liam Gilchrist at third. Dill runs well. It is a fastball and it is in there for a strike. Not the pitch Jared Bryce wanted, maybe a little bit too high for him. Generally see a fastball come after a meeting on the mound. Ball 1. It's usually the best pitch to jump on that first pitch after a quick visit. And the pitcher's struggling. Grand ball possibly finishes this game. Jared Bryce struck out 3 times tonight. Can he make it 4? Top 2 teams of this third grade competition all year long. Outside, Kendall doesn't get Bryce chasing on this occasion. He struck out looking twice. Bryce. Sorry, correction. Jet Davis. Jet Davis is the pinch hitter. Snuck that one in on me. 3-2 now, full count. Only one out. The 3-2. Fouls it off. Stays alive. The next 3-2. Swing and a miss. Jet Davis down on strikes. Baulkham Hills down to their final out. Liam Patterman, 2-0. 2 out, load of bases. Punches right field, but foul out of play. Over the grandstand and onto the road. 2 balls and a strike now for Liam Patterman. Another correction. Count was 2-1. 2-2 now the count. Two and two the count. Doesn't get the chase. Now it's full count. This game approaching 4 hours. Runners move. Ball 4, just a little bit high. Kendall Doyle was hoping he was going to get the call. And it looks like Kendall Doyle's night is over. You will get a big applause here. We'll see if we can pick it up on the effects mic. And it's going to be Jared Garland who's going to get the job to get this final out of the night. 12-4 the score. Baulkham Hills runners on all the bases. An outstanding effort by Kendall Doyle. 6 2/3, 113 pitches, 5 hits, 3 runs, only 2 of them earned, striking out 12. 12 of the 31 batters he faced struck out. 17 for 31 first pitch strikes. 75 of his 113 pitches for strikes. 1 hit by pitch, 2 wild pitches. And his team are 1 out away from a huge grand final premiership victory. Nick told me now. Batter in the box to face Jared Garland. First pitch is in there for a ball. Just missing inside. 2 balls, no strikes. 2 runs in so far for Baulkham Hills. What have they got left in the tank? 1 for 4. Nick told me with a strikeout. Ripped into left field. Will be down for a base hit in front of Hayden Guyett. Liam Gilchrist comes across to score. And it's a 3rd run on the board for Baulkham Hills. Getting them back 1 at a time. Gullah might need a batter or 2 to really warm himself up. Pinch hitter. Phoenix McFarland. Ball 1 from Garland. Jackson Nash is the new right fielder, taking over from Garland in right field. In there for strike 1. Two more of those, boys, and you lift from the trophy. McFarlane with a job to do with loaded bases. Just needs to pass the baton on to the next hitter. Stevenson waiting on deck. Daniel Stevenson it is. One and two now for McFarlane. Baulkham Hills down to their last strike. Jared Garland just needing to find the strike zone one more time. Right field, Nash, fresh off the bench, over to it. Makes the catch in right field, and the Greater Western Warriors have taken out the New South Wales State League third grade competition. Jubilation on the middle of the infield. The youngest club in the league, only 2 years in the league. An outstanding effort on the mound by Kendall Doyle tonight. 6 2/3 innings. Jared Garland coming out to get the final out of the ball game. 2 hits from Alex Gutteridge, Jared Garland. Kendall Doyle, Mark Haggart, Hayden Guyett, Patrick Dawes, and Tyler Doyle also picking up hits each. But it was Kendall Doyle who steered his team to victory on the mound. And your third grade State League champions for the 2021-2022 season are the Greater Western Warriors. Congratulations to the Warriors. An outstanding effort all season long. We're one game away from clinching the minor premiership. Had there not have been so much rain in the last month of the season, they might have had an extra game or two to take it out. But they have persevered. A week and a half later, after the original scheduled grand final, they've come out here and they have taken it. Congratulations to all involved. Big thank you to our umpires, Billy Green, Steve Reimer, and Reese Stevenson on the infield. We will stay with the presentation. Congratulations to Greater Western. We've got the first grade grand final tomorrow night from 7:15, a first pitch. Game 1 between MacArthur and Baulkham Hills. 6:30 will be the first pitch on Saturday for Game 2, then if required, Game 3 next Wednesday night here at Blacktown International Sports Park. The feed will continue with the presentation, but I will sign off. Thank you for tuning in tonight, and we hope to have you back on tomorrow and on Saturday. But for me, it's good night. Congratulations to the Greater Western Warriors, third grade champions for 2021-2022.
Nick Tolmie. Grant Stevenson. Oscar Palmerson. Daniel Stevenson. Cubby. Liam Patterbean. Macca. Lucas Stanzik. Thanks very much, guys.
And a round of applause, guys, for the runners-up and minor premiers for 2022 Auckland Hills. All right, Matty Forbes, get up here. Premiers. How does that look, mate? Well done, buddy. Good, awesome effort. Do you want to say a few words?
I'd just like to thank umpires, scorers, all the officials, and basically New South Wales for getting everything on. Yep. Baulkham definitely been the team to beat all year. We knew that was going to be a tough game and didn't really expect it to go like that, but that's, yeah, that's real good. Great season, yeah. Alright, our boys. A few weeks ago we lost pretty badly to Baulkham, and you've trained your butts off the last few weeks, and that's pretty much the result. So congratulations. Start of the year we were looking at finals, trying to get in that top four, and you've just gone above and beyond. That's it. Well done. Garlo. Charlie. Georgie. Bruce. Happy birthday. Nemo, starter. Jock. Here we go, Alex. Eggs. Jordan. Tyler. Kendall. Benny. Jacko. Boy. And I'll take one.
Premiers, Grady Weston, give them a round of applause. Alright, we have an MVP. Third grade, grand final, 2021-22 MVP, Kendall Doyle.
I'll start by saying thank you, Baulkham. Unfortunately, it just wasn't the night. I mean, you stepped up and put it to us. No doubt, probably given it to us well and truly. My wife, my kids, my wife, it's the first game we can't watch. Maybe she should the crowd and Billy, Steve, and Reese, the umpires, and I'd like to thank them too. Everyone that came out, the boys at the under 18s guys that sat in the dugout. It's good just having these guys here, just knowing that if we shit the bed, we had these guys here to back us. So, team, guys, I wouldn't have done this without these guys. We wouldn't have made it without this. It was you guys. It wasn't me. It was no individuals. Guys, it was a great team. I'll be back next year. My wife won't like that. I don't know.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's all on again tomorrow night. First grade, Baulkham Hills versus Macarthur. Make sure you're out here 7:15. Let's have another good night. Hopefully the weather holds out. See you all.